Today we are going to build advanced authentication system for our social applications. Here we can verify our email using OTP. So here we got our OTP, and if I paste this, we are our home page, and here we have these users. I can follow these users. If I click this and refresh this, and you can see here we have these posts from these users. After follow some users, you cannot see these users in our suggested for you list. These users are removed from suggested for you list, and I can play the videos, and I can also comment on this post, and I can also like this post. Yeah, so we can upload our videos. You can upload videos. Let's write our video, and you need to post this, and it takes some time to upload videos. And when it upload, it just alert us, and it just automatically refresh our website. And from here I can play this video. And not just that, we can also upload our image. Let's write an image, and here if I click this, we got our image. Okay, and in the near future we will also implement our notification system, and we also visit other people's profile. If I click this, we are in this Suman profile image. So here, first what I'm going to do is, first I need to make a login page and sign up page. So let's make one file first. Let's write a login, and let's write a register. So let's write a and let's go in our register, and let's write a signup.js, and you can also write a register.js. So let's write refc. Let's save this, and let's go in our login again. Let's write refc. Let's save this. Now let's write our css, which is login.css, and let's go here, and now let's import our css. Login.css. Let's save this, and let's go in our sign up, and here let's go here and make a signup.css, and let's go in our signup.js, and here I'm going to import our css. Import signup.css. Let's save this. Now let's write some code here, but before that, what I'm going to do is let's go in our index.js. Let's go in our app, and here what I'm going to do is let's copy this, and let's write a login, and let's write a login, and I'm going to copy this again, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's write a sign up, and let's write a sign sign up. Let's import login, and let's write our sign up, and let's make it a capital. Let's save this here, and now let's start our applications. Let's write yarn start. So wait for a second. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is let's write a sign sign up, and let's enter this. Okay, so we are in our sign up page. So let's go now sign up, and let's delete this and write some of the code here. So now inside this div, what I'm going to do is first let's write a class name in this div. So our class name will be main container for sign up. So let's save this, and after that let's create another div, and let's write a class name. So our class name will be sub main container. Let's save this, and after that what I'm going to do is I will just add another div, and inside this div I'm going to add our p tag, and into this p tag I'm going to write our application name, which is social, and I'm going to add another tag, I mean another p tag to write some our intro text. Okay, connect with family and friends. Let's save this, and after this div I'm going to add another div, and into this div or inside this div I'm going to add another p tag, and let's write create new account. Let's save this, and after this div I'm going to add one input, so 4 will be enough. Let's write a placeholder username, and our username will be that, and let's write a phone number, and our placeholder will be email, and type instead of text I'm going to add email, and here password, and let's write a placeholder, and our placeholder will be star star star. Let's save this. Let's add one button, and let's write a sign sign up account. Okay, so now let's save this. So everything is done for the HTML part, and let's write a CSS part. So what I'm going to do is let's write a class name here. So our class name will be input text. Let's save this, and let's write class name, and our class name will be logo text, and here let's write a class name. So our class name will be intro text, and here let's write a class name again. So our class name will be create account txt. Let's save this, and let's write a class name for our button, and our button name btn for btn for sign up. Let's save this. So now let's copy this our main container. So into our main container let's give it a background color. So our background color will be this color code, and let's give it a height, So height will be 100 VH. So let's go in our application. Let's write a sign up. Yeah, so this is our application. So let's go back and let's copy our submain container, and I'm going to style this. So let's write a display will be flex, and our align item will be center, and our padding top will be 200 pixel. Let's save this and let's go here. Yeah, so now after that, let's go back and let's copy our logo text, and let's write our font size. So our font size will be 40 pixel, and our align item, which is center, and let's write a padding top, which is 200 pixel. Yeah, so after that, let's write intro. What is this name? Okay, intro text. So let's write a font size 20 pixel, text align start, and our margin top, which is minus 40 pixel. And after that, let's copy our create account txt. So let's write a font size, which is 20 pixel, and let's write a margin top, which is 10 pixel, and let's write a text line, which is start. Okay, so now let's write a margin left, which is 30%. Let's save this. So now let's copy our input txt, and I'm going to copy this class, and I'm going to paste it here, and here. Okay, so now let's copy this. Let's write a display will be flex. Now let's see. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's go in our sign up. Let's give it a style. So our flex will be 1. So let's write a margin left, which is 150, and let's write a margin bottom, which is 170 pixel. Let's save this. Okay, so now let's go here. So now let's give it a style again. So our flex will be 3. So now let's go in our css again. So let's write a margin left, which is 30%, and now let's give it a width, which is 40%. Now let's give it a margin top, which is 20 pixel, and let's write a padding, which is 10 pixel. Yeah, so after this padding, let's write a border. Let's write a border will be none, and I'm going to add a border radius, which is 10 pixel. Yeah, so now let's copy this btn sign up, and I'm going to paste it here. So let's write a margin left, margin left, which is 2%. Let's write a margin top 10 pixel, and border radius 10 pixel. Let's write a padding left, which is 180 pixel, and let's write a padding right, which is 102 pixel. So let's write a padding top 5 pixel, and let's write a padding button, which is 5 pixel again. Let's write a border, cursor will be pointer. Okay, let's give it a style. So our text I align start. Let's write a margin left 30%. Let's add a link. For now we don't have a login page. Because of this, I just write a home page. Okay, so if I click this, we are entering our home page. So we need this text in upper side. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is let's decrease this. So let's remove this. So let's go now CSS. Okay, so let's delete this, and let's write a text line, which is a start. So instead of padding top, let's delete this, and I'm going to add a margin top, which is 0 pixel. Yeah, so now let's go back in our sign up. So here, what I'm going to do is let's write a border, margin bottom, which is 170 pixel. So now what I'm going to do is I'll just add some of the color in our text. Let's write a span. Let's cut this, and I'm going to paste it here. So let's give it a class name, and our class name will be part. So let's go in our social, and here let's write a span. Now let's paste this here, and let's give it a class name. So our class name will be part, and let's go here, and here let's add a part, and let's give it a color. So color will be our GV, and let's write a color code, which is 167 127 and 127. Let's save this. So now our login page, sign up page was finished. So what I'm going to do is I will just copy this code from our sign up, and I'm going to paste this. Sorry for that. I'm going to copy this much of code, and let's go in our login, and let's replace this code. And okay, so let's write a link. Let's save this. Okay, so link. So let's go in our sign up CSS, and let's go in our login CSS, and I'm going to paste this here, and let's go in our login again, and instead of login, I mean, create account. I'm going to add login account, and let's delete this input, and instead of sign up, I'm going to add login. And now what I'm going to do is, let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. And instead of already have account, let's write a forget account. I mean, forget password. Forgot password. Let's save this. And now what I'm going to do is, so let's write a create new account. Now let's save this. So instead of sign up, I'm going to add login. Yeah, so this is our forget password. Create a new password and all of this thing. Instead of a small letter, I'm going to make it a capital. Let's save this. And so yeah, so our login page was finished. So what I'm going to do is, let's go in our home page. Okay, so let's go in our profile, and in our profile we need to improve some of the things here. So instead of friends, what I'm going to do is, I will just add followers, and here I will just add followers, a name or profile. Okay, so let's go in our code editor, and so let's go in our you know profile page. So here is our profile page. We need to go in a profile left bar, and here instead of friends, what I'm going to do is, I will just add a FOLLOWER is followers. Let's save this. And yeah, so followers would be enough. So let's go in our right side. Okay, so let's go in our right bar, profile right bar, and instead of your friend request, instead of friend request, what I'm going to do is, I'll just write our followers, and let's delete this accept and deny. And now let's see what it look like. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'll just refresh this. Yeah, so it looks pretty cool. So now let's go back, and I'm going to delete this again, and I'm going to delete it here too. So let's save this. So this is our followers profile view and our bio. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to delete these text from our 3 div. So let's go in our profile left bar, and here what I'm going to do is, I'm going to delete this your friends, and instead of this, I'm going to add our following. So now let's go in our profile right bar and save some of the changes in our profile right bar. So now I'm going to add a magenta for our followers div. Now I'm going to add a cursor pointer for our followings profile div. Okay, so let's go in our front end, and let's go in our profile left bar, and here what I'm going to do is, let's write a cursor will be pointer. Okay, so let's do the same thing for our all of these div. So now I'm going to use our API to fetch our following user post. So let's go back in our front end. So In our front end. Now what I'm going to do is I will just first I will fetch a post from our following user. Okay, so let's go in our backend, and what I'm going to do is I have this fetch post method, and so let's go in our login first. So let's log in. So this is my user for now. This is only for our testing purpose. Let's copy this. Let's go to our fetch post, and in our header what I'm going to do is I'll just add this JSON token, and I'm going to paste this here, and instead of I'm going to copy this, and let's delete this and paste it here, and now let's send this. And now you can see here this user got a post from his following user. Okay, so now let's copy this, and let's go in our front-end part. So now let's open new terminal and write a yarn, add Axios. So wait for a second, it just installed within the second. Yeah, so now let's delete this. Now let's write a use state, use effect. Sorry for that. Use effect. Let's write a use effect, and I'm going to delete this, and instead of third I'm going to write null. Okay, so rather than null we'll just give it blank. So now here what I'm going to do is let's write a const, and let's write a get post. Let's write an async function. So now let's write a try and catch. In our try, let's write a const res, and let's write await, and let's use our Axios. Okay, so Axios dot, we need a get method, and here I'm going to paste our this API point. Okay, now let's give it make it object, and after this let's write a headers, and let's write a token. And in our token what I'm going to do is let's go here and write a const let's write access token, and here let's go in our backend, and I'm going to copy this access token, and I'm going to paste it here, and here let's write our access token. Okay, and here let's call this get post function, and again after this access token, let's write a const, and let's use a post and set post, and let's use a use state, and let's make it a array. Let's save this, and I'm going to copy this, and let's paste this, and let's write a res dot data. Now let's save this, and here I'm going to write a console dot log, oh sorry for that, console dot log write post. Okay, so now let's save this, and let's go to our front end, and let's open and inspect. Okay, so I got some issue here, so I will solve this problem later. but right now let's go in our console. And okay, so we have a course problem in our backend. So let's go in our backend and let's open a new terminal and let's write a yarn add codes. So what it does is it helps us to use our API into another port number. So in our backend we have 5,000 port, and we need to use this API point into the 3,000 port number. Okay, so in this case we need to use core. So now let's delete this. Let's go in our index.js. Let's write a const course and let's require, let's write a course. And in our apps, what I'm going to do is let's write app.use course function. Now let's save this and I'm going to refresh this. So now we can see here we got this array. So we have this array. So we have first array and we have second array, and into our second array we have this 5 post. Okay, so now let's go in our main post, and here I'm going to delete these 2 posts and let's write a post dot map. Let's write items. So we have a 2 array. Because of this I'm going to do the same thing for this. Let's write a item map and let's write a post details. And here let's write a post and let's send this post details. So now I'm going to refresh this and I'm going to cut this. So this is our first post and second post. Yeah, so 1 2 3 4 5. So we have 5 arrays. Because this we got this 5 posts. Let's go in our post folder. Let's go in our post and let's use this props. Okay, so now here we have a post. So now first let's check console.log, sorry for that, console.log. Let's use post and let's go in our front end again and let's open inspect. Let's go in our console. Here we got a object, and into this object we have a post detail. Okay, so yeah, so now let's cut this again and let's copy this post and let's go here, and instead of this image I'm going to add a post dot image and let's delete this. And I'm going to use a post dot title, and let's see. So now let's yeah, okay, so I got this image, but this image is like I got a little bit problem with the image. You can see here this is a big space here, so I don't need this space here. Okay, let's find our image. Where is image? Yeah, so let's go now post images in post.css. Let's find post images, and here instead of width 450 I'm going to add a 500, and instead of object id content I'm going to write a cover. Let's save this and let's go back and let's refresh this. Okay, so now you can see the image looks pretty cool. So now we need to add a user detail here. So we need to add a real username of this post owner. Okay, so Now let's go in our backend and we need to use another API. So let's go to our user and login. So I just missed one API here, so let's quickly make this API. Get user details for post. So let's write a router dot get functions, and here let's write a post user details, and let's use a require and response, and here we need to write async. So now let's write a try and catch, and in our try what I'm going to do is let's write a const user, and let's write await user dot find by id, and here we also need id. Okay, so let's write a require dot params dot id. If we don't have this user, or if we couldn't find a user, then what I'm going to do is let's write return restore status 400.json, and let's write a user not found. But if we have user, then what I'm going to do is let's write a const, and let's write a email, password, phone number, followers, following, and let's write others. So let's use user underscore. So now let's write a restore status 200 JSON, and now let's write others, and in our catch we need to write a restore stat restore status 500 dot JSON, and let's write a internal server error. Let's save this. So now what I did here is that our user have these all things, but we don't need this. We only need user ID, profile picture, and username. So in our others we got three things: user ID, profile picture, and username. Okay, and other things we don't need these other things. So because of this I just write others. So now let's go in our API, copy this, and let's go in our front end. Let's go in our post, and here let's add a const user, and let's write a set user, and let's use state. Let's write a use effect, and let's use a snippet. Let's delete this. Now I'm going to write a const get user, and let's write async and let's try and catch. In our try, what I'm going to do is let's write accounts race and await, and let's use our axios dot get. So in our get, I'm going to paste this, and let's go in our backend. Where is our backend? Yeah, so here's our backend, and let's go in our user, and I'm going to copy this, and here let's write a post dot user. Okay, so let's go in our backend again. Okay, so what else we need to do here? So let's write a set user, and in our set user let's write a rest dot data, and here I'm going to write a get user functions, and in our catch what I'm going to do is let's write a console dot log, oh sorry for that, console dot log some error OCCURD occurred. Okay, so now let's save this, and let's write a console dot log. Here let's write a console dot log, and let's write a user. Okay, so now let's go in our inspect again. Let's go in our console. So you can see here we got this profile image, username, and our user ID. Okay, so now let's use this in our post. So instead of this user, I'm going to add a user dot username. Okay, in our image here, what I'm going to do is, if our user doesn't have a profile picture, then we need to use this image. Else we need to use user dot profile. So let's save this, and let's go back, and let's see. Okay, so I just write a wrong code here, so let's go back, and our user, we need to make it array. Yeah, so again let's go in our image. If user dot profile have this blank, then we need to use this, else we need to use this profile dot picture. Okay, so now let's save this, and now I got this image and user name. Okay, so in our comment let's write a post dot comment, it's comments dot length. Let's save this, and let's go here. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing for our like. So in our like, let's go in our count here, post dot like dot length. Let's save this, and now I got 0 likes here and 0 like, and Yeah, so here we have 0 like, 0 like, 0 like, 0 like, and finally we have a 1 like here. Cool. So now what we need to do here, so we need to use like and comment API here, but I will do it later. So right now what I'm going to do is I will just use this image here in our Explorer. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go in our main post, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this code, and let's go in our left sidebar, maybe. Yeah, let's paste this, and let's import our use state, use effect. We need to import Axios, and what else we have here? So maybe that's it. So let's save this. Let's go in our console. So in our left side we got this 5 array. So let's go here, and let's write a post dot map. Let's write item dot map. Let's again write a image, and I'm going to write image dot image. Let's save this. Let's go here. Okay, so now you can see here we got this image from our following user. So whenever our following user posted a image, we will see this post from here. So if you want to see only an image from our following user, you can see a little bit glitch from here. And if you want to see the post, you can scroll this and just see, like, comment, or whatever, do whatever you want. Now let's build a like and comment functionality. So before we connect like API, what I'm going to do is I'll just grab this code and let's shift this into our upper side. So now let's save this, and here let's write const user ID. So now let's write a user ID. So let's go in our database. So I'm going to copy this user ID. Why I just copy this user ID? Because I use this user ID JSON token to fetch a following user post or image. So because of this I just use it. So now let's write a const and let's write an access token. So let's go in our main post. Here's our main post. So let's copy this JSON token. Let's copy this, and let's go in our post. So let's go in our post. So let's save this. Now let's like dot includes user ID. If this user ID is included in a like array, then what we need to do is we need to put this image, else we need to write like icon. Okay, so and here instead of axios I'm going to add await, and I'm going to use a fetch. So let's go now backend, and let's go now Authentication client. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Let's remove this post ID, and instead of this ID I'm going to add the real post ID. Let's add one object, and inside this object what I'm going to do is let's write a method. So we need to write a put method, and after that let's write a headers. So let's write a content. So let's write a application and JSON, and let's write a token because we require token to send this or use this API. So let's use access token. Now let's save this, and I'm going to copy this. Sorry for that. I'm going to copy this, and let's paste it here. Let's save this, and let's go back, and let's refresh this website. Yeah, so let's try to like this. Okay, so I got a error. So let's go now front end again. So here instead of auth3 is called to, I'm going to delete this one, and let's save this again, and let's refresh this. Okay, so now let's try to like this. Okay, so let's refresh this. So you can see here we successfully like, and it's just our like just registered in our database. So if I try to dislike this, let's try to dislike this. Okay, so now let's refresh this. Okay, so we successfully like and unlike this user post. So our like and unlike functionality was done, and you can also implement a dislike feature. So instead of like, just use a dislike here. So I'm not going to use this because it takes a little bit time to make this. So if you want to use a dislike feature, you can use dislike feature here. I already built API to dislike the user post, so use this feature. So now we need to make a API for our suggested for you list, where we only show these users who are not listed in our following list, which means if we already follow some user, then we don't need to show these users into our suggested for you list. Okay, so for that, let's go in our backend and let's build this API. So our API name will get user to follow. Now let's write a router, and we need to get. So now let's try and catch. Let's write const all users. So we need all user here. So let's write await user.find. So let's write const user await and user.find by id, and let's write require dot user.id. Let's write const, and we need a following user. Let's write await promise dot all, and let's write a user, sorry for that, user dot following, and let's use a map, and let's write items, and we need to return item. So let's write a let, and we need a user to follow. So now let's write all user, then we need to filter our user. So let's write a val, and let's return if these follows user, these following user, sorry for that. So if we don't have these following user, let's write return val dot id dot to string items. So let's write let, and we need to write a filter il filter user await. Let's write a promise dot all user to follow, and we need to write a map. Let's write items, sorry for that, items, and let's write a const. Let's write an email. So we don't need this email, phone numbers, and we don't need followers, following, sorry for that, following, and password, and let's write others. Let's write items dot underscore ducks, and let's return others. And let's write a restore status others. So now let's write a new request, and let's write a user to follow. Where is our new request? Yeah, now I'm going to paste this, and let's delete this login, and let's go in our user, and I'm going to copy this. So let's go in our front end, and let's go in our main post, and I'm going to copy this JSON token because we use this user JSON token. So let's write a token, and I'm going to paste this JSON token. So now let's go in our database. So we use this user JSON token in our front end. So let's see these following user. So we have these two following users. These two users we already follow, and this one user which username is Kazi, we didn't follow these user. Okay, so I didn't follow this user. Okay, so let's go in our API, and let's send this. Okay, so maybe I got an error. We need to write a filter users rather than others, because we return this others, and we will get these others user in our filter user. Okay, so now let's send this, and yeah, so I got a two user. This is our own user ID, and this is a user, and we didn't follow this user. Because of this, I got a user, and we only get a user ID, username, and user profile picture. And here we only need a user ID, user profile, and username. Okay, so let's go in our frontend and use this API. I'm going to copy this, and let's go in our right bar, and in our right bar let's write so now what I'm going to do is, let's go in our post, and I'm going to copy this, and let's go in our right bar, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's import this use effect, and let's import these axios. So let's write a cons instead of this set user. I'm going to add set users, and let's delete this API, copy this API, and paste it here. Now let's save this, and let's write a console dot log, and let's write our users. Let's go in our console. Okay, so I got an error, so we need a JSON token here. So let's write a headers, and let's write a token, and I'm going to copy this access token. Let's write a const and access token, and let's use this access token here. Now let's save this, and now we got auth to user here. Okay, so here we need to use this. Let's write a users dot map, and let's write item, and let's go back. Okay, so you can see here we got a to user because I just use a map here. So let's go in our profile. Here's our profile image, and let's write it item dot profile. Now let's save this, and we got a to image, and let's use a username item dot username. Here let's use the ID, and let's write item dot ID. Okay, so here we got our overflow. So now let's go in our suggested container. Here copy this right container 2. Let's go in our right bar, and let's find a right container 2, and here what I'm going to do is, let's write a overflow will be hidden overflow y, which is scroll. Let's save this, let's go again. Yeah, so we got this scroll functionality. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'll just create a more user here. So let's go in our backend. So our username will be Dan and we need a image. So what I'm going to do is I'll just use this image. So let's copy this image URL, and I'm going to, now let's create a new user. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh this, and you can see here we got this new user, which is Dan, which is first Kazi, Dan, Mux, and this first user is our user ID. So yeah, so now let's go in our front end again, and let's go in our right bar, and I'm going to delete this. So now you can see here we have this 5 user, and we can follow these 5 users. And so let's create another user because we got this blank place. Let's refresh this. So now you can see here we got a new user. So our username is same, so you can improve this and change this username. So let's go in our front end, and let's go front end. And now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and I will make one folder. Okay, so first let's go and try to build one folder. So our folder name will be follow.js, and here I'm going to paste this code. Okay, so let's go back in our, where is right bar, and let's copy this code from here, and I'm going to use this code in our follow. So let's save this, and now what I'm going to do is let's go back in our right bar. Let's copy this image here, and now what I'm going to do is let's go back again, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this image again, and let's go back. Let's paste this image here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this, and let's write a image one, and now let's go back and let's delete these code, and instead of this let's add our follow folder, and let's save this. And now I got an error, item is not defined. Okay, so let's remove this username from here, and let's write a summon. Yeah, so now let's go back. Okay, so let's refresh this. Okay, so now you can see here we got this profile from our suggested for you list. So let's go back again and use our API data. So let's pass our data. So let's write a user details or user, and let's write an item. We pass our data as props in a follow folder. Okay, so let's go in our follow folder, and here let's write a user. And first what I'm going to do is let's write a user dot profile, and here in our username let's write a user dot username. Yeah, so let's go back, and now you can, yeah, so we got our data. So this is our real user. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's go here and use our user ID here as a key. Okay, so in a key I'm going to use our user ID. Yeah, so now let's save this. So what else we need to do? So here let's write a on click, handle follow, and let's write a user ID. Yeah. So now let's make a functions which is handle follow, const handle follow, and here what I'm going to do is let's write a console.log, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a e, and here I'm going to write a e again. Now let's save this and let's go in our front end and let's see. So let's open our console. If I click this, now you can see here we got our ID. Okay, so if I click this, I got another user ID. Okay, so when I click this, we need to change this image and follow the user. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is first let's write a const and let's write a follow and set follow and use state, and let's import our another image user to follow slash, let's go our image and let's find our image. Yeah, so after following image, let's copy this image name. Let's copy this image name, and I'm going to use this image name in our follow.js. Let's paste this here. Yeah, let's write a add friend, and instead of this add friend, I'm going to use our follow, and here let's write a set follow, which is uh you know user to follow. Okay, let's save this and let's go now front end, and if I click this, okay, so let's refresh this. So if I click this, let's click it, and now you can see here our image what changed. You can see here our image changed. So now I'm going to use our async, and let's use await here, and let's use a fetch. So here I'm going to grab our API point. So let's go in our Thunder client, and I'm going to copy this API point, and let's go back and paste it here, and let's change this user ID, and let's write our user and underscore ID. And after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our method. So our method will be put method, and let's write a headers. So let's write content type, which is applications slash JSON, access token here, and I'm going to copy this access token, and let's paste this access token here. Yeah, so now let's write access token, and after that we need to add our body. So let's write a body and JSON dot stringify. So inside our stringify we need to write our user, but here is our user and these users are same, so we need to change this. Okay, so let's write a user detail, and let's go here and write user details and change this user here from our profile and our username too. So let's change here. Yeah, so let's save this. Okay, so I got an error. Yeah, so we need to change this here. Let's save this, and 28. So here we need to write a user details underscore id. Yeah, so now let's refresh this. So everything is good. So let's go in our network tab, and if I click this, we just saw a follow icon, and now you can see here user has followed. Okay, so when I refresh this website, this user should not exist in our suggested for you list. And now you can see here Kazi user doesn't exist anymore in our suggested for you list, which means we successfully follow this user. So our Kazi user don't have any post. Because of this, we didn't get a post. So I got an error in our profile. So like is not defined. Okay, so let's go back in our front end, and let's go in our profile, and let's go in our main post, and in our post I'm going to remove this post, and let's save this, and let's go back and let's refresh this. And now you can see here our profile page work absolutely fine. We got error because of this post. Okay, so now let's remove this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this profile container, and let's rename this, and let's write a profile post container. Let's save this. So let's change some of the code. So I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to remove some of the functionality, so you need to add this functionality by yourself. So let's import a post from our profile post container, and let's import this, and now let's go back now. But okay, so I got an error which is user id is not defined in our profile. Okay, so let's go back. Yeah, so here we got an error, so I'm going to remove this. Okay, now let's save this, and let's see everything is yeah. So we also need to delete this post title, so let's write a random title here, and let's delete this post image, and instead of this what I'm going to do is I'm going to write our image. And now let's delete this post.comments.length, and let's write a 0. And what else we have? Now let's refresh this, and now you can see Now we can see here we successfully got a post, but we have a image error here. So let's go back in our applications and solve this issue. So where is our image? Yeah, so let's copy this profile image and I'm going to paste this here. Now let's refresh this. Yeah, so we got our image. So okay, so everything is done here in our profile page. So now I'm going to use a const post, and let's try to set post. Use use state, and let's write a use effect, and let's delete this. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our API point here to fetch our post. So now let's write a const rest and await, and let's write our axios dot get, and we need to use our API here. Okay, so let's go back in our backend and let's copy this API point, and I'm going to paste this API point here, and let's write headers, which is a token, and I'm going to copy our access token from here. Let's copy this access token, and I'm going to paste this access token here. Okay, so let's write an access token. Okay, so let's write a set post, and our set post will restore data. Okay, so let's write a, if we have an error, then what we need to do is we need to write a error occurred. Okay, so let's write a get post functions. So let's write a post dot map. So we have two posts. Okay, so now let's write a small letter p, and let's write a item, and let's pass our data, which is let's write a details, and let's write items. Yeah, so now let's go back in our applications. Okay, so we didn't get any post because our user don't have any post. Because of this we didn't get any post. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and let's create one post. Let's go in our headers, and I'm going to paste this access token, and now let's make our post. Now let's go back and let's refresh this, and now you can see here we got these image. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our real image. So let's write a detail, and what we need to do, I'm going to delete this, and let's write console.log, and let's write details, and let's check everything is work or not. So let's go in our console. Let's go in our console, and now let's click this object, and now you can see here we have this post details. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this title, and instead of this what I'm going to do is let's write a details dot title. Let's save this and let's go back and let's see. Yeah, so we got this real user post and text. So yeah, so let's write details dot comments, maybe comment or comments. So comments dot length, and let's go here and let's write a details dot like dot length, And now let's see. Okay, so maybe I got a problem. Okay, so let's go back. And here, okay, so I have a spelling mistake here. So instead of length, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a length. Yeah, so it just worked. So now what I'm going to do is we need to add a real username and real user profile picture here. Okay, so and let's go now post. And what I'm going to do is let's copy this and let's go in our profile post container. And in our profile page container here, I'm going to use this API. And now what I'm going to do is instead of post user, what I'm going to do is let's write a detail dot user. Now let's write a console dot log and let's write a user here. Let's save this, open console. Now you can see here we got this profile picture and image. So let's go back in our front end and let's go in our profile. And here instead of profile picture, what I'm going to do is let's write a user dot profile and let's write a user dot username. Let's save this. And now you can see here we got this real profile picture and real username. And this is our first post. Okay, so I already teach you how to make a like and dislike feature. So let's go in our followers here, followers container, and in this following containers I'm going to fetch a real user. Okay, so and also I'm going to fetch a following user. Okay, so now let's go in our left side profile left bar, and in our profile left bar let's go in our following container here. So now let's go here and write const following user. Let's write a set following user, and let's use our user state. Now let's save this. Now we need to use our API. So let's go now backend first, and here we need to make a API. We need to make API to get a following user. So we need a following user. So now what I'm going to do is let's write a router dot get. Let's write const user await, and let's write our user dot find by id, and let's reuse a request dot params dot id, and here we also need to add a id. So now let's write a const and let's write our following user, and let's write await, and we need to use a promise here, promise dot all, and after that let's use our user dot following dot map, and let's write an item, and we need to return user dot find by id, and let's use this id. So what I did here is that we just use this user, and we will find a following user id from here, and from this id we will get a user and then return our following user. After that let's write a let following list, and let's write a following user dot map, and let's use a person, and let's write a const. Let's write an email. So now let's reuse a following list, and we need to push these user details. And here let's write a rest.status 200.json, and let's write a following list. Okay, let's save this. So now what I'm going to do is let's go now frontend first, and let's go now post, not here but profile main container. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this token. So let's go now from backend. Let's go now gate post. Where's our gate post? Here. So we don't need this access token. Okay, so instead of access token, what I'm going to do is I will just use a params. Now let's save this, and I'm going to delete this access token. So here what I'm going to do is let's go in our main post, and here I'm going to copy this user ID, and I'm going to paste this user ID here. Now let's save this. Now let's refresh this. So now I got our post and our user ID, so everything is fine here. So let's go back in our profile left bar, and let's go now backend. So first let's check this API. Let's make a new request. So our request will be get following user. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and instead of user I'm going to add post, and now we need a user ID. Okay, so let's go now front end again, and this is our user ID. Now let's send this. So let's go now post, and let's return rest.status 500.json. Let's save this. Okay, so I got a problem. Okay, so user is not defined. Okay, so here let's write a user, and now let's see. Okay, still I have a problem, which is map is not a function. So let's use a capital letter. Okay, sorry for that again. Let's use capital letter, and now let's send this. Okay, sorry for that, because we need to use this user. Now let's send this again, and yeah, so I got a one user, two user, and this is our third user. So we need to use the capital letter. Now let's save this again, and now let's send this again, and yeah, so here we got a three user. So now what I'm going to do is I will just copy this and paste it here, and instead of following I'm going to add followers, and instead of following let's write a followers. Let's write a followers list, instead of following, let's write a followers. Let's save this. So copy this, and I'm going to duplicate this, and instead of a get following user, I'm going to add a get followers. And let's go in our post. Let's copy this followers. I mean, yeah. So let's use followers, and let's send this. And we got our 2 followers. So here's our 2 followers, and let's go in our database and let's check. And here we have our 2 followers ID, and the same ID we got here. Okay, so our followers and following API work absolutely fine. So let's go in our front end and use this API. Okay, so now let's go in our profile left bar, and here I'm going to use a use effect, and I'm going to delete this. What I'm going to do is let's write a try and catch, and in our catch, in our try, what I'm going to do is let's write a const res, and let's use xuse, and let's go in our backend. Let's go in our Thunder client. So now I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and let's write a res.status. I'm going to write a set following user. Let's write a res.data, and let's write a console.log, and let's write error, and here let's write a get following functions. Okay, so now let's write a const console, and let's write a following user. Okay, so I just miss this get. Okay, so I just use a wrong API. So let's delete this. Okay, so I got only fine, and only fine. Let's go in our network tab. Okay, so I got I got this 3 ID, but in our console we didn't get. In our console I didn't get this. So let's go in our API. Let's go in our REST API. Let's go now here, and let's save this, and I'm going to do the same thing here. Let's delete this object. Okay, so now let's do this thing. Okay, so now let's refresh this. Here I didn't use async and await. Because of this I got an error. Okay, now let's refresh this. Okay, so now you can see here we got a 3 user. This 3 users is our following user. Okay, so let's go in our front end, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete these, and let's write a following user dot map item, So now what I'm going to do is let's write item dot profile, and let's write a item dot username. Let's save this, and yeah, so we got this to user. Wait a minute. Okay, so here we have a two user which have a same name and same image, but these two user have a different user ID. You can clearly see here, this is our first Kazi and this is our second, but if you see the user ID, these user ID are different. Okay, so now let's go back in our front end, and here let's write a key, and let's write item dot ID. Now let's save this. Okay, so this is our following user, and now let's fetch our followers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and let's go in our profile post container. Not here, but we need to go in our profile right container, right bar, profile right bar. So let's go in our profile right bar, and here I'm going to paste this, and let's import our use effect, and we need to also import our axuse, and we need to import our user state. Okay, so we import everything. So I'm going to save this. Let's remove this, and I'm going to paste this. Now let's save this, and now let's open our console, and here we got a two user. Now we need to use this two user here. Okay, so now let's delete this. Let's write a following user dot map. Let's write item. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just cut this and paste it here. Okay, so again I got a error. Now let's delete this first, and now let's delete this. Now let's delete this space, and wait a minute. Yeah, so we got a two user which is of followers. Okay, so now let's delete this image, and instead of this image what I'm going to do is let's write item dot profile, and now let's change this username, and let's write item dot username. Okay, yeah, so we got this followers. Here we have following, and here we have our followers. Okay, so here we got our post, here we got our following followers. So now we need to improve our suggest state for you list. Okay, so what I'm going to do is copy this, and let's go back, and I'm going to paste this code here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's copy these users, and let's go in our suggested for you list, and let's paste this user dot map, and we need to write item, not items. Then what we need to do, I'm going to write our follow component, Okay, so let's import this follow component, and now let's pass our user details, and let's write item. Let's save this and let's go in our applications. And now you can see here, this is our real user, and some of the users are fake. So these are our real user and others are our fake user, dummy user. So I'm going to delete these fake users. Yeah, so this is our real user. So now what I'm going to do is, instead of this access token, what I'm going to do in this API is I'm going to use ID instead of access token. Okay, so let's go in our backend and delete these required verify token, and instead of this I'm going to add the ID. Okay, so let's write up forms.id. Yeah, so what else we need to do? We need to delete this access token. So we don't need this access token anymore. So let's save this and let's go back. And now first let's delete this access token. And now let's copy this ID, and I'm going to paste this ID here, and let's save this, and let's go in our right bar, and I'm going to do the same thing for our right bar, and let's delete these access token. Let's delete this header and access token, and let's save this. And yeah, so let's go in our front end and let's refresh this website. Okay, so everything is working absolutely fine. So what I'm going to do is let's go back in our front end. So let's delete this access token from here. So what else we need to do? I'm going to delete these images. Okay, so let's save this and let's go in our profile left bar, and I'm going to do the same thing here too. I'm going to delete these images. So let's delete this and let's save this. Okay, so I got an image problem, which is image 2 is missing. So let's delete these 4 images first, and let's delete this another image. And now I'm going to save this. Yeah, so everything is worked absolutely fine. So let's go to our profile right bar, and here what we need to do is I'm going to delete this access token from here. Okay, and I'm going to delete these images from here. So these are the useless images. So now we need to build our login functionality. So in order to do that, let's go in our login page. So let's type login, and so now we are in login page. So in order to build login feature, what we need to do is we need to go in our code editor. So now let's go in our Brave browser and type yarn add React Redux, and you will get it started with React Redux. And after that, let's click quick start, and then I'm going to copy this. So now I'm going to add yarn add instead of npm. Then what I'm going to do is let's write a yarn add React Redux. So now let's delete this. So now what I'm going to do is let's create a new folder, which is a Redux container. And inside this Redux container, what I'm going to do is user reducer. And inside this, what I'm gonna do is, let's go in our browser again, and I'm going to copy this. Let's write a name, which is a user, and then let's write an initialize state, and let's write a user, which is null. So this is our default state. Let's write it is fetching, false, also false. So after our initializations, we need to add our reducer. So in our reducer, first we need to add a login start. Now this is our state, and if you guys don't know what is Redux mean, and you don't know how to use Redux, then please watch other video, because I'm not going to tell you everything about that. So our state, after that let's write a login success, and here let's write a state first, then we need action. Let's write our state, and let's write it's fetching, answer is false. And our state.user is called the actions.payload, which means we got our user here. And let's write a login failure. So let's write our state, let's write a state.it's fetching, the answer is false, and state.error, the answer is true. And after that let's write a log out, let's write a state, and our state.user, which is null. Login success, login failure, and import default, our user reducer dot reducer. Okay, so that's it in this user reducer. Let's save this, and now let's create a store.js, and let's go in our browser again, and here's our store. I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and let's delete this. And now we need to make a API point. Okay, so API call dot js. So here what I'm going to do is, let's import our Axios first, and let's import from user reducer. So now we need to import our login start, login success, login failure, and logout. So let's write a export const and login. Let's write a async, and here I'm going to write a dispatch and our user. Let's write a dispatch and write a login start. So let's write and try and catch. Let's write a const raise await Axios dot post, and here let's go to our backend. So this is our backend API. I'm going to paste this backend API here, and after that let's write our user, and let's write dispatch and write a login successful, and we need to write rest dot data. So we got our login user data. Let's write a dispatch and write a login failure. Let's save this. So now what I'm going to do is let's go in our index.js, and let's go in our browser again, and in our browser, so now I'm going to copy this, delete this Redux container and store. Let's copy this, and here let's write a provider. So let's go in our user reducer. Oh yeah, so we also need to add our store, and let's write a store. Now let's save this. Okay, so yeah, so I did a mistake here. We need this. Let's save this. Okay, now so it worked absolutely fine. So let's go in our login page. So where is our login page? Let's find our login page. Yeah, here is our login page. So here what I'm gonna do is, so let's go in our browser, and in our browser let's go here, not here, but yeah, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and after that, and here I'm going to copy this again and I'm going to paste it here, and here what I'm going to do is let's write a const, and let's write each fetching and error. After that let's write a use selector. Now let's save this. Now what I'm going to do is let's write our state, and after that let's write a state dot our user. Okay, so I got an error because of this dispatch. Okay, so now I will solve this problem later, but right now what I'm going to do is let's use our use state. So here I need to use our email, and let's write a set email, and let's use a use state, and let's write a const, let's write a password, and let's write a set password, and let's use a use state again. Okay, so let's go here and write on change, on change. Let's write e, and let's write a set email e dot target dot value. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing for our password. So but in our password let's write a set password. Now let's save this, and now after that what I'm going to do is let's go in our button, and here let's write on click, and let's write a handle click, copy this and write a const handle click. So let's write e dot prevent default default. So let's import our login. Okay, so we also need to make it a capital letter. Now let's import our login, and let's use our dispatch, and in our dispatch let's use email and password. Let's save this, and our error was gone. So now let's go in our login page. So let's log in, and now let's open our console. So let's refresh this again. Okay, so I got an error in our login, but I will solve this error later. But right now let's go in our backend, and I'm going to copy this email, and let's go back in our backend again, and let's copy this password and password. So let's go in our Redux. So I'm going to log in this, Okay, so I got an error here, so let's go back again. So here, instead of this, I'm going to add a object. Now let's save this, and again I'm going to refresh this website, and let's go now back in again, and I'm going to copy this email address. Let's paste this email address, and again let's go back now backend, and I'm going to copy our password. Now let's go in our Redux, and let's try to log in. Okay, so our login was successful. Okay, so now you can see here we got our user and our profile picture and our user access token. Okay, so now if I refresh this, our login user was gone. So in order to persist our user, what we need to do is let's go here, and first let's type redux persist, and you can see here we need to click in this link. So I'm going to copy this, and let's go in our application. Let's open a new tab, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's remove npm I, and instead of this I'm going to add a yarn add. Or wait a second, it just installed within a second. Yeah, so it just successfully installed. So what I'm going to do is we need to go in our redux toolkit.js organization, and here what you need to do is you need to copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's delete this route reducer, and also you need to delete this. And instead of a route reducer, I'm going to use our user reducer, and let's write a user process reducer, and let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. Sorry for that. Let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's write a const yes to your store and configure store. Let's go in our here, and let's copy this middleware, and from here I'm going to copy this again, and after this reducer write a processor, and let's write a process store, and after that let's write our store. Let's save this. Okay, so now I'm going to copy this, and let's go now index.js, and let's paste it here, and in our store what I'm going to do is we need to also write a processor, and let's copy this, and after that let's write a process gate, and let's wrap this, and here what I'm going to do is loading will be null, and now we need to write a processor, and let's write a processor. Let's save this. So we successfully implement our redux persist. So now let's go in our applications, and let's go in our login, and I'm going to use our fake9@gmail.com ID, and let's delete this password, and let's go in our backend, and in our backend I'm going to copy this random password. Let's paste this password, and I'm going to first let's go in our redux, and let's log in this, and our login process was successful, and we got this user ID and our JSON token. And if I refresh this, you can see here we have this user and access token. So if I just refresh this website, we can still access this user ID and access token. Okay, so let's go in our app.js. So in our app.js, what I'm going to do is first let's go in our login. Okay, so let's find a login page, and let's copy this, and let's go in our app.js, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's delete this and write our user details. Let's write console.log. Let's write user details. Let's save this, and we need to import our selector. Now let's go in our console. Okay, so here we got our users. So let's go in our login. So in our login, in our input, let's write our email, and in our ID, let's write a password. Let's save this. And now if I refresh this, our error was gone, and here we have a user. So let's go in our app.js again. So now what I'm going to do is let's write our user and our user details dot user. Let's save this, and let's write our user. Let's save this, and let's see. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, if our user is logged in our applications, then what we need to do is we need to retarget them in the home page. Okay, so now let's import navigate, and let's go in our user, and here what you need to do is, if user is not is equal to if user is not equal to null, then what we need to do is equal to null, then what we need to do is we need to navigate our user to the home page, else we need to retarget the user into our login page. Okay, so now we have already a user, and if I click this, if I try to go in our login page, we'll redirect it into our home page. So now this is also done, and I will do the same thing for our sign up page. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. No, I'm going to copy this. Sorry for that. Copy this, and let's paste it here. Okay, so now let's save this. Okay, so now let's go in our home page. So here's our home page, but before that, let's go again into our login page. Okay, so this is our login page, and let's go in our app.js, and I'm going to copy this. So in our home page, I'm going to paste it here, and let's import our user selector. Now let's save this. Then we need to go in our navbar. Then in navbar, what I'm going to do is, here we need to use our real ID. So we need to add our real ID. Okay, so now let's what I'm going to do is, let's write let ID, and let's write user dot others and ID. Now let's write a console.log, and let's write ID, and let's import our use selector. Let's save this, and now let's go in our home. Sorry for that. Let's go in our console, and here we got our user ID, and if I click this, you can see here this is our real user ID. Okay, so now let's go in our profile page. So where's our profile? Yeah, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and now let's save this, and let's import our use selector. Let's go in our profile right bar, and instead of this fake ID, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a real ID here. Okay, so now let's write a const ID, and let's write user dot detail dot underscore ID, and let's delete this, and let's write ID, and let's import our user selector. Let's save this. So now let's refresh this. Okay, so I got an error. I don't know why. Okay, so I got a okay, so I just did a wrong thing here because we need to write others, not details. Other. Now let's refresh this. Okay, so now we don't have any following user. Because of this, we didn't get any profile here. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing for our followers, but right now I'm going to edit this container. Okay, now let's write a let and username. Let's write a user others and username. Let's go here, and instead of this name I'm going to write a username. Let's save this, and now you can see here we got a username, and I just need to add some additional information about the user. So I already teach you how to do that thing. So right now I'm not going to do this thing. And here what I'm going to do is let's write a let followers, and let's write a user dot others dot follow followers dot length. Let's save this, and now let's copy this and let's go here, and instead of this number I'm going to paste this here. Now let's save this, and now you can see here we have 0 followers. And now let's go in our followers. So let's go back in our profile right bar, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste it. Oh, sorry for that. So let's go in our navbar. I'm going to copy this, and let's go in our profile right bar, and I'm going to paste it here, and instead of this ID I'm going to write our real ID. Let's save this. Okay, so we need to import our user selector. Let's save this, and now you can see here we didn't have any followers, so because of this we didn't get any user here and here. So let's go now suggested for you container, and in our suggested for you container here we need to add our real user ID. So this API is for our suggested friend. Okay, so if I save this, now let's refresh this, and now you can see here we have these users. Okay, let's go now follow, and here we pass our user details, and I'm going to paste this real ID, a real login user. And what I'm going to do is this is the user we try to follow, and yeah, so here our real user ID. So now let's write ID. Let's save this, and let's import our user selector. Let's save this, and now let's refresh this, and if I follow these user, let's follow this user, this user, this user, and this user. Yeah, so now let's go in our database, let's refresh this, Okay, so this is our logged in user, and let's see this user got a followers or a following or not. So let's see. Yeah, so we follow 1 2 3 1 2 3. Okay, so we only follow, yeah, so we follow 1 2 3 and 4 user, and you can see here in our database we got a 4 following. And let's refresh this, and you can see here we got a 4 followers, and here we have this much of user now. So now let's go in our profile left bar. So let's go in our profile left bar. So now what I'm going to do is let's go in our profile first, and let's go in our profile left bar. And in our profile left bar, what I'm going to do is in our, so here is our profile picture, and in our profile picture let's write a user dot others dot our profile image as a profile name. Okay, so now let's save this, and now let's see. Okay, so now you can see here we got our real user profile, real username, real followers, and maybe instead of profile views, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a following. Okay, so I'm going to add a following. So let's write a following, and let's write a let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, and instead of followers I'm going to following counter, and let's write a followings, and let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. Now let's save this, and let's go in our profile. Okay, so I got an error. So okay, so we just did a spelling mistake here because we don't need this just. Now let's go and let's refer. Yeah, so now you can see here this is our following and followers. So I just got a 0 followers because we have older data, so we persist our user ID. Because of this, when I follow any user here, these user did not update it in our Redux. So for that we need to log out, and when we log in then we will get a real data here. So okay, so now let's go back in our navbar, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a logout functions. Okay, so now let's go in our navbar. Let's go in our navbar. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one div, and inside this div I'm going to add a p tag, and let's write a logout. Let's save this, and after that what I'm going to do is let's give it a style, and let's write a margin right, which is a 20 pixel. Okay, so let's write a margin left, which is 20 pixel again. Yeah, so let's write a margin left, which is 30 maybe. Yeah, so margin left 30 would be enough. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to implement our log out feature. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's write a on click and write a handle log out. Let's copy this, and let's write a const. So here what I'm going to do is let's write, so here what I'm going to do is let's write a const and write this dispatch, and use dispatch, sorry, use dispatch, and here let's write dispatch and write a log out. Let's save this, and if I click this, let's go in our Redux, and if I first let's write a cursor will be pointer. Okay, so let's write cursor will be pointer. Let's save this. Okay, so now let's save this, and if I click this, we just logged out. Okay, so maybe I got a problem when I log out the user. So let's go in our login. Okay, so let's go in our login here, and now what I'm going to do is, so this is our use email, and let's go in our backend. Let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's try to log in this. Yeah, so I'm going to save this, and here I got a post, our ID, and now let's go in our profile page, and now you can see here we have our 4 followings. Okay, so now, so let's go in our home page. Where is our home page? Yeah, so in our home page, let's go in our left bar first. Here we need to use a real user ID and real JSON token. Okay, so now let's go in our navbar again, and I'm going to copy this. Let's paste this here. This is our ID. Let's delete this, and our ID. And now let's again delete this, and instead of this, I'm going to write a user dot access token. Now let's write a console dot log and write an access token. Okay, so I got an error, which is we don't have a use selector. So let's import this use selector. Let's save this, and now, yeah. So now we can see here we only got one image, because this user followed 4 people, but from this 4 people, only one user posted a one post. Because of this, I got one image, and this is our real user, which right now we are using. And let's find this user, which is this user ID FFAD. So let's go in our post, not post, but let's find this user first. FFAD. Let's find this user. So this is our user, and I'm going to copy this user, and let's go in our product line. Let's try to log in this. Let's try to log in. I'm going to log in this user. Okay, so now I'm going to post from this user. Okay, so now I'm going to post, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this image. Let's post this, and again I'm going to post another image. So let's copy this image URL. Let's go in our third line, and let's remove this image. Oh, sorry for that. And I'm going to paste this, and let's send this. Okay, so this user posted a 3 post. Okay, so now let's go back in our applications, and now let's try to refresh this. And now you can see here we also got these 3 posts from another user. Okay, so now 2 users posted a post in our applications. Let's go in our database and find another user. So we have this another user, which user ID is 3ADF. So this is our user, and let's go in our target line again, and let's log in this user. let's grab this access token, and again I'm going to post some image from this user. Okay, so now let's go in our applications, and now let's try to refresh this. So okay, so we got these images. So now let's go in our post. Okay, so now let's go in our main post, but before that let's go in our left post again, and I'm going to copy this, and let's go in our main post. And I'm going to use a real ID. So I'm going to use a real user ID. Okay, so we also need to import this user selector. Now let's refresh this. So now we got this post from our following user, and I can like this, I can like it, I can like it, and yeah, and we can also follow other users. So our main container was finished. So now what I'm going to do is, first let's go in our navbar. First let's go in our navbar. So in our navbar, let's change this username. So let's write a user dot other dot username. Let's save this, and now we got this username. And also we need to change this profile picture. So let's write a user dot other dot profile. Let's save this. So now let's cut this, and let's refresh this. Yeah, so I got this image, our user image, our username. So let's go in our user profile. So now we need to go into our profile page and use this URL ID to fetch these posts and following and all of this thing. Okay, so in our profile left bar, first we need to import use location from our React Router DOM, and here let's write a let location is called the user location. So now what we need to do is we need to write a ID. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this ID, and instead of this ID, what I'm going to do is let's write let ID is equal to location dot path name slash, and let's write it to. I hope you already use this location dot path name. So let's write a console dot log, write ID. Let's save this. Now you need to okay, so maybe I got a problem. So now let's go in our console. Okay, so location dot path name is not a function. Okay, so now I got an error here. Okay, so we also need to split this. Okay, so now let's save this. Okay, so we got this user details. Now what I'm going to do is, let's go here, and if user dot other dot underscore id is not, it's called to our this URL id, then what we need to do is I'm going to write one div here, one div, and inside this div I'm going to write this button, and instead of this edit bio, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a follow. Okay, so now let's delete this. So if our user.authors.useid, which means our logged in user, is not is called to this URL id, then what we need to do is we need to write this. So if our logged in user and forums id is same, then what we need to do is we need to write a edit bio. Let's save this. So I'm going to copy this, and let's go in our profile again, and let's go in our profile right bar, and in our profile right bar, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this, and instead of this I'm going to paste it. Save this, and let's go back. I'm going to refresh this, and let's go back in our profile. Let's go in our profile main post, and in our profile main post, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste this, and let's delete this access token because we don't need this. And instead of this id, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write our real use id. Let's save this. Okay, so let's import our use location. Let's save this, and let's go back. So we didn't post any image into this application. Because of this, we didn't get any post here. Okay, so let's go back in our profile. So here, what else we need to do here? So let's go in our profile, and let's go in our profile, profile left bar. And here, what I'm going to do is let's write a link. Let's save this. Okay, so I got a problem here. So let's write okay. So now let's go in our navbar. So where is our navbar? Let's find our navbar. So here is our navbar. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. Let's remove this, and here let's remove this. Let's write item dot underscore id. Now let's save this. So what I'm going to do is let's go back in our profile. So here we also need to change the way to show the user details. Okay, so here we have this API, and through this API we can get our user details. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and let's go in our profile left bar. So let's write a users. Okay, so now instead of this I'm going to write id. Okay, let's go now backend. So here I'm going to remove this following and followers. Now let's save this. Okay, so now let's write a console.log, and let's write our users. Save this. Okay, so this is our user information. Okay, so now let's copy this user, and instead of this username, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a user dot username. Let's save this, and let's go here. Let's go here. Let's write a users followers and length, and let's write a users following and length. Let's save this, and let's go in our profile image. So where's our profile image? Yeah, so not this, yeah, here. Let's write a profile image. Okay, so now let's refresh this. Yeah, so this is our following user, this is our followers following, and this is profile image. Okay, so if I click this, so I got a little bit problem here. So let's go now suggest it for you. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this profile, and let's go now use profile right bar, and in our profile right bar, and in this suggested for you list, what I'm going to do is let's go, and here let's write let id for suggest id for suggest, and here let's write a user dot other dot underscore id. Okay, let's copy this id for suggest. Let's paste this here, and now everything's work. Okay, so this is Mutt's profile, and into this profile he have 2 followers, he didn't have any followings, and 2 followers are these two, and so he didn't follow anyone. Because of this, there is no following user. And now we are in our own profile page, and let's go in our Kazi profile page. Let's refresh this, and this is the Kazi user page. So he have 1 following 3 followers, so he also have some post. So you can see here we got this post, and here we also need to change this profile profile name. Okay, I mean profile picture. Okay, so let's go in our profile, and let's go in our main post. So in our main post, let's go in our content. So here what I'm going to do is we need to go in our main post, and in our main post we need to copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. Let's import our user selector, youth selector, and this is our profile picture. Now let's write a user dot other dot profile. Let's save this. Okay, so let's go in our profile. So in our profile, let's go in our profile left bar. So in profile left bar, what I'm going to do is if user dot other dot following, if user did all of those following include this ID, this user ID, then we need to write on follow, else we need to write a follow. So now let's copy this follow, and here I'm going to add this follow. Let's save this. This user already followed. Because of this, it just shows us unfollow. I didn't follow this user. Because of this, it just shows us they follow. Okay, so now let's go back here. Let's write on click, and I'll write a handle follow. Here let's write a const. Let's save this. Let's go now console, and let's click this follow. Now our follow buttons work absolutely fine. So handle follow work absolutely fine. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is let's go in our main post, or let's go in our home page first. So where is our home page? So in our home page, so I'm going to click this right bar. What I'm going to do is, okay, so we also have this fake ID here. So instead of fake ID, I need to add our real ID. Okay, now let's go to our profile. I'm going to copy this, and here I'm going to paste it. Let's write a const ID is equal to user dot other dot underscore ID. Let's copy this ID, and instead of this fake ID, I'm going to write our real user ID, real logged in user ID. Let's save this. Okay, so we also need to import use selector. Let's go in our follow page. In a follow page, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and here I'm going to paste it here. Let's remove this. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this, and here login, user dot others underscore ID. Okay, so I got an error again, so let's see. Say it unfollow. Okay, so we didn't have access token. Let's save this. Okay, so let's delete this. Okay, I got this access token. Let's save this, and now let's remove this. I'm going to refresh this. Now let's collect this. Yeah, so we successfully follow this user. So if I go in my profile and let's refresh this, and now we can see here we have our 6 following. So we successfully follow this user. Okay, so I just follow. So I already follow this user. Because of this, it just show me unfollow. So now we need to make a functionality to unfollow this user. So now let's go in our backend. So in our user, we have this following API. So here, what I'm going to do is, rather than, returning, or, you already follow this user, what I'm going to do is, let's copy this and paste it here. Let's write a pull and write a pull. User has unfollowed. Let's save this. So now let's go in our database. So let's find this user ID. Okay, so this is the current ID, and here we have this user ID. So let's go in our front end again. So here what I'm going to do is, if follow is called to follow, then we need to write this, else. Let's copy this. We need to write a, so now let's refresh this. Now I'm going to click this, and now you can see here we successfully unfollow this user. So let's check this user ID in our database. So this is our current logged in user ID, and let's see the following user. Okay, so now you can see here we successfully remove this following user, this user. So here in our following we don't have this user ID. So we processed our user details in Redux. So this user details is older. Because of this, we didn't see, or we didn't get new data because of it. It just show us unfollow. Okay, but if I log out this, and if I'm going to log in our account, wait a second, you can see here this mux user will get this mux user in our suggested for you list, which means we successfully unfollow this user. Let's go in our profile. So now you can see here this user doesn't exist anymore in our following list. Let's go in our front end. So let's go inside this follow. Now let's use a link. So for that, let's write a user. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Let's save this. Okay, so now if I click this and refresh this, you can see here we didn't follow this Kazi user. Because of this, we got this following text, and I can directly follow from here and from here too. Yeah, so everything is done here in our homepage. So now we need to make a comment functionality, or we need to implement our comment API here. Okay, so this is our followers, and now let's delete this access token. And instead of this access token, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a user dot, maybe access token. Let's write a console dot log access token user dot other and access token. Let's save this. Now let's go down console. Okay. So now let's delete this others, and now let's try access token. Yeah, so we got our access token. We use this access token here, so let's delete this. So let's delete this. Okay, so let's go in our backend, and now let's find out our comment API. So here's our comment API. I'm going to copy this, and let's go in our front end, and now let's find our post. And here what I'm going to do is, so here I'm going to use our real API. So let's write a post ID. So this is our post ID. Maybe, yeah, so this is our post ID, and let's write a post underscore ID, and this is our username. So our username will be, let's write a user uh, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this, and let's go to our post again. So in our post, let's paste it here, and let's import our use selector, and instead of user I'm going to add users because I already use user here. So okay, so now let's write let's copy this, and here I'm going to write user dot other dot username. Right now let's write a comment rather than title comment. So here let's write a post dot comments. Let's save this. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's write async here. And after this token, let's write our body, and in body let's write a JSON stringify, and let's write a comment here. So let's save this. So now let's go in our comment here, and let's delete this, and let's write a comment, sorry for that, let's write a comments dot length. Let's save this, and here instead of item dot title what I'm going to do is item dot comment. Okay, so in our profile image what I'm going to do is let's write our user dot other dot profile. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, so now let's refresh this, and let's try to comment. But before that let's open our inspect, and let's go in our console, not a console, but let's go in our network tab, and here let's write our comment. This is my comment. Let's post this. What the hell? Okay, so I just write a wrong API here. Okay, so I need to delete this API, and let's go in our backend again, and this is our real API. Let's paste this API here. Let's save this. Now let's refresh this again. Okay, so now let's try to comment this. Let's write this is my comment. Okay, so now let's post this, and okay, so we successfully comment in this post. So now let's refresh this, and now you can see here we have a one comment, and this is from Suman, and this is my first comment. So we successfully add a comment in this post. Okay, so now let's go back in our front end, and let's go now comment, and here I'm going to write a user. Sorry for that. I'm going to add users dot other dot profile. Let's save this, and now this is our image. Okay, so now let's go in our database. So let's see the comment. Okay, so now we have a two comment here. We have a user ID, username, comments, but we also need to add a profile image here. So we know who posted a comment, we know the username, but we don't have the image. So for that, let's go in our backend. Let's go in our post, and here what I'm going to do is let's write a profile profile. Let's write a type which is string. So now let's save this, and let's go back in our front end, and here what I'm going to do is let's write a profile, and let's write a users dot profile. Okay, so now let's save this, so now I'm going to write a comment here. So let's write this is my, and let's post this, and we successfully add a comment into this post. Here what I'm going to do is, instead of this user, what I'm going to do is let's write items dot profile. Let's save this. So in our first object and second object we don't have a profile name, but in our third object we have our profile name. Because of this we got this image, we got this image, and in our first and second comment we didn't have a profile name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete these two comments. Let's delete this first comment and second comment, and let's update this, and let's refresh this. Let's delete this, and now I can write a comment this, and let's paste this, and you can see here we have this comment again. Okay, so our comment functionality was done successfully. We can like in this post. So let's go now post. Okay, so you can see here this is our fake ID. We still have this fake ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this user ID, and let's write a users dot other dot ID. Let's save this. Okay, so now this like button so as accurate result. Okay, so now let's refresh this. So now let's like this, and let's refresh this. Okay, so now let's like this again, and let's refresh this. And let's go back in our post. Maybe I got a problem again. So this is our access token. So we have a wrong access token here. Because of this, I got a problem again. Okay, so now let's delete this access token, and we need to write our logged in user access token. Let's save this, and let's refresh this, and let's like it. Okay, so now let's refresh this again, and now you can see here we just like this post successfully, and in these posts we did not like. So let's like this, and if I refresh this, you can see here, so I just liked in this post. Okay, so our like comment functionality done. So now we need to implement our post API, which means when I type this and I click this, we need to post some text or some image in this applications. Okay, so let's go and try to build our post feature. So before implement our post feature or post API, what I'm going to do is we have these all posts from our following user, but we don't have any post from ourselves. So we also need to add our own post into this post container. Okay, so in order to do that, let's go in our backend, and here what I'm going to do is let's write a user post, and let's write await, and let's find a post dot find. So let's write a user and user ID. So we just got a post from this user, which is login user, and now let's write a user post dot concat. We need to concat our following user post. Okay, so now let's save this. Okay, so now let's go back and let's try to refresh this, and I think, yeah, so we got a error. So let's go in our console. Okay, so item dot map is not a function, so this is a post. So we have only a one array. So right now we have only a one array. Because of this we got error. So let's go back in our main post. So where is our front end? So let's go in our main post. So in our main post, right now we have only a one array. Because of this, I'm going to remove this second map, and let's write items. Let's save this, and let's go in our left bar. So in our left bar, I'm also going to delete this second map, and let's write a item dot image, I hope. So now let's refresh this. Yeah, so we got a, so this is our post, and this is our following post. So we successfully get our post from our database. Now let's go in our post container, content post. So here we need to implement our post API. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to use our Firebase to store our image or video. Okay, so now let's write const file, and let's write a set file, and let's use a user state. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our level. So let's add a HTML. Let's add a HTML for. Let's write our name, which is file, and let's write input here, and our name will be file, and let's write ID, which is file. Let's save this, and now let's give it a style. So let's write our display will be none. Let's save this, and let's go back, and let's refresh this. And if I click, so if I click this, we open our file, and I can click this. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing for our, this video icon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and instead of this image I'm going to remove this, and I will add this image. Let's write a file2, and our name will be file2, and let's write a ID, which is file2 again, and let's go in our front end, and let's click this, and we got our file manager. Okay, so from here we can add our image, and from here we can add our video. Okay, I'm going to use our Firebase. Okay, so in order to use Firebase, let's go in our so here we need to add our project media, social media. So let's continue this, and let's disable this. So let's continue this. So here we need to use our storage feature. So we successfully created a bucket to upload our image or video. So let's go in our document. So this is document to upload our image or video. Okay, so we will use this later. So let's go back. So here let's click this, and now let's write app's name. So I'm going to add a social. Let's register this. So we need to install our Firebase in our application. So let's copy this, and let's paste it here, and instead of npm install, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write yarn add, because I'm using yarn. Okay, so our Firebase installed successfully in our application. So let's remove this. I'm going to create our file name is firebase.js, and let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so now let's save this. So now let's write export default app. Now let's save this, and now what I'm going to do is let's go in our content post, and here I'm going to import our app from Firebase Let's save this. So now what I'm going to do is let's go in our image input here, and let's write on change, and let's write a e and set file. Let's write a e dot target dot files, and we need only one image. Okay, so now let's write a console.log, and let's write a file dot name. Yeah, so let's save this, and let's go to our applications, and let's refresh this. Okay, so I got a problem again, so I don't know what was the problem here. So name is null. Okay, so now let's remove this name here. Let's remove this name. Okay, so now let's refresh this again, and let's click this, and now okay, so let's save this. Yeah, so I got our image, and this is our image name. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's go back, and let's write a file dot. So instead of null, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a blank, and let's write a file dot name. Let's save this. Okay, so let's select our image, and this is our image name. Okay, so we successfully got our image, and let's write const, and let's write video, or instead of video I'm going to write a file 2, and let's write a set file 2, and let's use our use state. Let's save this, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. Let's copy this and paste it here. Okay, so now let's paste it here, and what I'm going to do is instead of set file, I'm going to add set file 2, and let's save this. Okay, so now let's go in our Firebase website, and let's copy this. Let's paste it here. So in our post button, what I'm going to do is let's write on click, and let's write a handle, sorry for that, handle post. Let's copy this, const handle post. Okay, so now let's write a e, and first we need to write a e dot prevent the default. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's write a const, and let's write a file name. So whenever we post a same image, we need to make this image unique file. Okay, so for that, in order to make our file unique, what we need to do is let's write a new date dot getTime plus our file dot name. Okay, so our file dot name, let's give it a space here. Okay, so let's write storaz storage, and let's write a get store, and let's write app using our app, we will store our image in our bucket. So let's write a const, and let's write a store or az store ref. So our store ref, let's write a ref, and let's grab this stories, and we need to grab our file name. Okay, so now let's save this again. And let's go back and let's copy this. Let's copy and paste it here. Okay, so now let's write stories. So now what I'm going to do is let's go to our Firebase website. So in this website, let's go to our build, and let's go to our storage, and let's click this rules, and we need to set our rules. So it just said read and write false, so we need to make it true in order to publish, or in order to upload our image or video in our Firebase bucket. Okay, so now let's go back in our files, and now let's click this, and let's grab this image. So we got this image, and if I click this, we need to upload our image. Okay, so now if I click this, okay, so now you can see here our image is uploading. So now we successfully upload our image in Firebase bucket. Okay, so now let's go here and let's refresh this, and now you can see here this is our image. Okay, so now let's go back. So we successfully upload our image into our Firebase store. So now what I'm going to do is we also need to upload a video. When somebody click this video icon, we need to give them the feature to upload a video. Okay, so now let's go and try to build this. So maybe instead of blank, I'm going to write a null, and let's write a null. So here what I'm going to do is let's write if our file is equal to null, then we need to do this. Else if our file2 is not equal to null, then we need to, let's copy this, we need to do this. Okay, so here instead of file, so file name, and instead of file, I'm gonna write a file2 name, and let's let's write a video file. Let's save this. So instead of this file, I'm going to write a file2. Let's save this. So what else we need to change here? So I think that's it. So let's go and open our console. So let's select our video. So this is my video. I'm going to post this, and now it's just uploading. And now you can see here we got this video, and we successfully got our video. And if I want to upload image, I'm going to select my image and post this, and it's just uploading, and now we got our image. So let's go back and let's refresh this, and this is our image. Okay, so now let's go in our front end. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this and let's write our fetch. And here let's go in our backend, and I'm going to grab our create post API, and let's paste this API here, and let's write our method. So our method will be post method, and let's write headers type, and let's write our application, sorry for that, application slash JSON, and here we need to use our token, which is our access token. So let's write a const, and let's use access token, and our access token will be user dot access token. And after that, let's write our body, and let's write a JSON dot stringify. So let's write our title, which is our title, and let's write our image. So we don't need to write our image, let's write our video, which is our download URL. And let's go now input. Let's write on change. Let's write a set title e dot target dot value, and here let's write our const. Let's write a title and set title. Let's write a user state, const our image. Let's save this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. Let's copy this, and if our image, if we don't have image, then we need to send our video, and if we have an image, then instead of a video I'm going to write a image, which is download URL. And if we don't have an image or if we don't have a video, then in this case what we need to do is else I'm going to only upload my title. Okay, so now let's first let's select our let's select our image, and let's write this is my first post. I'm going to send this. Now let's refresh this, and now you can see here we got our image, we got our new post. Okay, so we successfully added our post in our applications, Now let's go now post. Let's go now post. So where is post? Yeah, so in our post, if, let's remove this if and let's write a post dot image is not is called to blank. In this case we need to write this. So if our post dot image is not is called null, then we need to uh, write this image. Or if post dot video is not is called to null or blank, then we need to write this video, else I'm going to left this as a blank. And here let's write our post dot video. Okay, so now let's save this and let's go in our front end and let's refresh this and wait for a second. Yeah, so we successfully got our image. So now let's try to post our video file. Let's select this and I'm going to post this video. So let's open our console and we successfully uploaded our video on our application. So now I'm going to refresh this. Okay, so let's go in our database. So now I got our video URL. I got a error here because we didn't have an image name here, or it didn't show us the blank image, or here it doesn't show us blank video. Okay, so now let's go in our API point in front end. Let's go in our content post and let's write a image which is blank. Okay, this is video. Yeah, so let's go in image part and let's write a video and blank. And here let's write a video which is blank. Let's write image which is blank. Let's save this and now let's delete this video file. Now let's refresh this. Okay, so now let's upload a video again. Let's select this video. Let's open console and let's go in our console. Now let's post this. So wait a second. Yeah, so video is uploaded. So now let's refresh our database. And we have a blank image and we have video. So now let's refresh this. Okay, so we successfully got a video, but this video is but the video container is too big, so let's resize this. So let's go in our post. Sorry for that. Yeah, so width is let's write a 450 or 450 is not good for this, so let's write a 500. Yeah, so 500 would be enough. Okay, so now let's go back. It can play and pause. Okay, so now let's go in our video. Let's copy this class name and I'm going to paste this. Oh, sorry for that. I'm going to paste this class name here. Let's save this and let's see. Okay, so now everything's look perfect. We can upload our video, we can upload our image, we can like in this video. Let's refresh this. And now you can see here we have one like, we have 0 comment. Okay, so we successfully upload our content. So our content uploading part was done. So now what I'm going to do is when I click this, so now we need to make a preview functionality here. When I click this and I selected this image, we need to show this image into this container. Okay, so now let's go back. So now let's go in our top here and let's add a const and let's write image pre and let's write a set image pre. Let's use a use state. Let's write a const and we also need to show our video. Let's add a video pre and let's write a set a video pre and let's write a use state and null. Okay, now let's save this and let's go in our in this image. Okay, here what I'm going to do is I will just make it an array. Okay, so now let's write a set image preview and here let's write a url dot create object url and here let's write a e dot target dot files which is 0. Okay, so now let's go in our video input and here I'm going to also make it an array. So let's write a set video preview and here what I'm going to do is let's write a url URI and let's write a create object URL and let's write a e dot target dot files and 0. Okay, now let's save this and now what I'm going to do is let's go here Sorry for that. Let's write our image preview. Let's save this and let's go here. So let's refresh this. If I select this image and let's select this image, okay, so I got this big image. Okay, so now let's style this image first. Let's select this image again, and now we got a preview image. Okay, so now let's go back in our front end, and here I got a problem. So let's delete this. So after this image, what I'm going to do is I will just create one div, and let's cut this div. I'm going to paste this div here. Let's write our display will be flex. Let's save this, and let's write just justify content, which is a space between. Let's save this, and let's refresh this, and now I got a error. So let's go now CSS, content CSS, content post CSS, and let's remove this height. Okay, here, and let's give it a height for our preview image. Let's write 150. Okay, so maybe 150 would be enough. And now what I'm going to do is let's write object fit will be cover, and let's write a 114. Let's refresh this, and in our button what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this margin left, and let's give the height. So height will be 30 pixel. Let's save this, and now yeah, so now let's give it a margin top, which is maybe 40 pixel. Let's save this, and yeah, so that would be enough. Let's go in our image here, and let's write our image.preview is called to null. Then we need to show this image, else video preview is called to null. Then what we need to do is let's go now post, and I'm going to copy this, and let's paste this here, and instead of post video what I'm going to do is let's delete this, and let's write a video preview. Let's save this. So what we did here is that if we have preview image, then we need to show our preview image. If we have a video preview image, then we need to show a video preview image, else we don't need to show anything. Okay, so that's what we did here. Let's select our video, and I will select this video, and now you can see here we have this video. And if we want to select our image, then we got our image. Okay, so I hope you understand. So let's write a border radius for our preview image. Okay, so let's go in our preview image here, and let's write a border radius which is a 10 pixel. So in our button, what I'm going to do is, let's write a margin left which is a 10 pixel. Okay, so it just didn't work. Let's write a subtract 10. Okay, so instead of margin left, I'm going to add a margin right. Let's save this, and instead of -10, I'm going to add 10 or 12. Okay, so now let's go in our console. Okay, so now it's look pretty cool. Okay, so now you can see here we have this blank image error here in our Explorer part. Okay, so now let's go in our front end again, and let's go in our right bar. Let's go in our main post container, and let's go in our, not here, but where's our left, yeah, so left side container. And here what I'm going to do is, and let's write item dot image blank. Then what we need to do is, we need to left this image, and else we need to add this image. Okay, so now our image error was gone, and now I'm going to post my image. Okay, so now let's find this image. So now this is the image which I want to upload. Okay, so now write a image, and I'm going to upload this image, and let's go in our console, and it just uploads successfully. So let's refresh this, and now let's remove this. So now when we post a image or video, we need to show alert here. Okay, so and here in our image, let's go in image here, let's write then let's write a data, and let's write alert, your post was uploaded successfully. And here let's write a windows dot, oh sorry for that, windows dot location dot sorry for that again, reload true. Let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's go here, and I'm going to paste it here again. Let's save this. So now let's go in our front end. Right now I'm going to add text for testing. So let's send this. Okay, so your post was uploaded successfully, so let's click this, and now our website automatically refresh, and now you can see here we got our text. Okay, so and now everything is done in our application. Now we are going to build a sign up functionality, but before that, what I'm going to do is we also need to make our OTP verification or email verification system. So for that, let's go in our backend side. Okay, so let's go in our user. So in order to make OTP verification system, we need to first make our models here. So let's create our model, which is verification token dot js. I'm going to copy this and let's bring back and paste it here, and instead of user schema, what I'm going to do is let's write a verification token schema, verification token schema. Okay, so let's copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and instead of user I'm going to write a verification token. Let's save this, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a seller here, and let's write a token so the hell token, and here what I'm going to do is let's write a create create created at, and let's delete these, and here let's write mongoose dot schema dot type dot object id require will be true, and let's write a ref user. Okay, so not a seller, we need a user. Sorry about that mistake. Let's save this. Let's write a verification token schema dot pre, and let's write a save pre-save. Here let's write a async, and we need to write our function. Let's write a next. So now let's write a const, and I'm going to write our salt, and let's write a const b crypt bcrypt, and let's write a require bcrypt.js or bcrypt.js. Now in our salt, what I'm going to do is let's write await, and let's write a bcrypt.gensalt, and we need to create a salt here. Okay, so now let's write if this dot is modified token, then what we need to do is let's write a const has await and bcrypt dot has, let's write this dot token, and we need to put our salt here, so we bcrypt this token. So now let's write this dot token is called to our has. Okay, and now let's write a next. Let's save this. Okay, so now let's copy this, or instead of copy this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this file and paste it again, and instead of a verification token, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a reset token. Okay, now let's save this. and let's remove this verification token, and instead of verification token I'm going to, okay, so let's remove this and reset token schema, and let's remove this again, and let's write a reset token schema, and let's write a reset token schema. Okay, uh what else? Yeah, so here we also need to write a reset token. Okay, so now let's save it, and now let's go in our user. So after creating this user, I need to generate a OTP text. Okay, so and we need to send this OTP text to our user. Okay, so in order to create OTP, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a one folder. So let's create one folder, and our folder name is let's write a whatever you want. So x extra, and inside this what I'm going to do is let's write a, oh sorry for that, and inside this file let's write a mail.js. Let's write a dot export dot what export dot generate OTP. So inside this let's write a OTP. So I'm going to run our for loop. Let I is equal to 0, and inside this loop let's write a random variable. So let's write a math dot round and math dot random 9, and after that let's write a OTP is equal to OTP plus ran_val. So let's return our OTP. Okay, let's save this. I think I just missed something. Yeah, so now let's write const OTP, and let's import our generate OTP function, and here we just generate our OTP. We need to register, or we need to save this OTP into our verification token. Okay, so let's write a const and verification token is called to, let's write await, and let's write a verification token dot create. We need to write a user, and let's write a user underscore ID, and we also need to write our token, and this is our token. Okay, so let's write a, oh sorry for that, I just used a wrong thing here. Okay, yeah, so let's write a verification token dot save. So in order to send our email verification, we are going to use the mailtrap.io. So let's sign up this. So I already sign up this. So after sign up this, what you need to do is you need to go in set of inbox, and let's go in our STMP setting, and in our integration we need to select our node.js and a node mailer. Okay, so now let's install this node mailer. Let's go in our backend. write a yarn add. Now let's import our node mailer here. So let's write a const node mailer, and let's write a require node mailer. Okay, now let's save this. So let's go back in our mail trap, and I'm going to copy this, and let's paste it here, or not here, but we need to paste this here. So instead of writing this user ID and password in this way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write it in our environment. Okay, so let's copy this. Let's write a user. Let's go back in our user and let's copy this. Let's save this and let's remove this. And now let's write a process.env dot our user, and let's write a process.env dot pass. Okay, now let's save this, and instead of var, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a const and transport. So after that, let's write a transport dot send mail, and inside this let's write a from. So okay, so we use a fake email to log in, and we verify this fake email using this mail trap. Let's write a random email. So social media @gmail.com. So now let's write it to user dot email, and we need to write our subject. So our subject will be verify your email using OTP. And after that, let's write our HTML, and here let's write our your OTP code, and here I'm going to write our OTP. Let's save. Okay, so I got an error. Okay, so now let's save this. Okay, so let's go in our Authentication client. In social, let's go in our create account, and in our create account I'm going to use this email address. So now let's but before that, let's go here back again, and instead of this user and access token, what I'm going to do is let's write yes, message, and our message will be okay. So now let's save this, and after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send our user ID. So let's write user dot, sorry for that, user dot underscore ID. Okay, so and also we need to write our status. So let's write as status status, which is pending. Now let's save this, and now let's create account. So I'm going to create a account with this email address, and yeah, so let's create it. Please log in with the correct password. Okay, so I already have this user, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this user email. So we delete this email address from our database. So now let's send this, and we got an error. So let's remove this catch, and I'll try, and let's create again. Okay, so the hell, I have this use again. So let's refresh this, Now let's try to create account, and I got an error because of this created ad. Okay, so now let's go in our user. Okay, so I just forget to add this verified. Type will be boolean, required will be true. Let's save this, go in our verification token, and here we need to write out default. Okay, so let's write a date dot now. Let's save this, and now what I'm going to do is let's try to log in. Okay, so again I got a problem, so let's go in our user. Let's save this again. So let's click this. Okay, so we got this status pending message, please check your email, and we got our user. Okay, so now let's go in our mail trap, and now you can see here we got our verifications token here. So now we successfully send our OTP to a user. So now we need to verify these email address using this OTP. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's go here and let's write a verify email, and let's write router dot. So here what I'm going to do is let's write const, and let's write a user and our OTP from required dot body. Okay, so let's write a main user and await. Let's write a user dot find by ID. So ID will be user, this ID. So if we don't have this user ID, so we don't have this user ID in our database, then what we need to do is we need to return restore status, and if our main user dot verified is called to true, then what we need to do is we need to return and let's write a user already verified. Okay, so let's write a const and write a token. Let's write await, and we need to import this verify token. So maybe I already import this. Yeah, so verify token dot find, and we need to find this. Let's write a user, so main user underscore ID. So we need to find our verify token. Okay, so if we don't have the token, then what we need to do, we need to return restore status 400 dot section, and now let's write a sorry token not for UND found. Let's save this, and if we have this token, then we need to write is match, and let's write await, and we need to use our bcrypt dot compare function, and let's write our OTP and token dot token. Okay, so if we have a token from this user, we will get this token, and we compare this token from our database and from our required body. Okay, if is match, if token does not match, then what we need to do, let's return this, and let's write a rest.status 400.json, and let's write token is not valid. Okay, else we need to write a main user dot verified and make it a true. And after that, let's write await. Let's write a find by id and delete, and let's write a token underscore id, and let's write await main user dot save. So let's write a const, and we also need our access token. Okay, so let's write a jwt dot sign. Let's write id, which is our main user dot underscore id, and we need to add our username, and let's write a main user dot username, and after that let's write a const, and we need to remove this password, and let's write a main user duck. So after that we need to send a message for our user. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and let's paste this here, and let's return. So we need to return, let's write rest.status 200.json. so here we need to return our others and access token. Let's save this. So now let's make it a new API request, verify email. Now let's go in our user, let's copy this, and let's go in our new API, and our method will be post. Let's paste this here, and instead of create a user, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a verify email. Okay, so now let's go back. Maybe I will just copy this, and again let's paste it here. Let's save this, and in our body we need to pass our user, and we need to pass OTP. So let's go and I'll create a user, and here we have this user ID. I'm going to copy this and post it here, paste it here, not a posted. So let's go in our browser, and we need to copy this, and we need to paste this token here. Now let's invoke guard and request. Okay, so I got an error, which is a illegal argument. So let's find this where I got a problem. Okay, so I got a problem in user.js 85. Let's go now 85 here. So we have an error here. So let's go in our database, and let's go in our verification token, and now you can see here we have this token, but it is a simple format. So I try to convert this token in a big crypt. So I compute this token as a bcrypt token. Because of this I got an error. So now let's go in our verification token, and here maybe I got an error. So in created add we need to write a date, and instead of this capital letter I'm going to make it a small letter. Now let's save this, and now what I'm going to do is I will just delete this user and try to create a new user. So let's delete this token. Let's delete this user again, And now what I'm going to do is let's go back and try to create a user. So let's create a user. Yeah, so I just create a user, and let's copy this, and let's go in our database, and let's click the verification token. And now you can see here our token become a bcrypt. Okay, so now I hope it worked. So now let's go in our verification token, and instead of this user ID, I'm going to paste this, and let's go in our mail trap, and I got email from our application. Let's copy this and let's delete this. I'm going to paste this, and let's go back now user, and let's see we have some error or not. Okay, so now you can see here we have a little bit error here. So token dot underscore id, then it become correct. And what else we have problem here? Okay, so in a tool we need to write a main user, then we need to write our email. Okay, so what else we have? Yeah, so we also have error here because we also need to write our or assign our secret key, then we will get our access token. If we don't use this, we cannot get our access token. Okay, so now let's save this and let's see. Okay, so maybe that's it. So let's try to verify this. Okay, so I got an error again. Let's refresh this, and let's find this error. So instead of this verification token dot find, I'm going to write a find one, and let's try to send this. Yeah, so I got our user details and verification token, so which means we successfully verify our email. So let's go, and now you can see here. Okay, so sorry for that because I did a mistake here. I just sent a token instead of this. What we need to do is we need to say fully verify your email. So I'm going to create a one new user. So let's create one new user. So now let's copy this, and let's delete this, and I'm going to paste this, and let's go in our, this is my token. Now let's delete this OTP, and I'm going to paste this, and now what I'm going to do is let's send this, and now I got my user details and verified token, and it's a verified true, which means we successfully verified our user email address. So now you can see here we successfully verify email. Okay, so now we need to write a forget password functionality. Okay, so now let's after this login, what I'm going to do is let's write a, so let's write a const. We need a email, so let's write a required dot body. Let's write a const user await user dot find one, and let's write an email if we didn't find this user. Then what we need to do is let's return rest dot status dot session user not found. And if we got this user, then let's write const token await and let's write a user, and if our token is available in the database, then what we need to do is let's return res.status 400.session. If we don't have this token, we need to generate this token. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is let's write const and random txt. Now let's write a crypto dot. Before that, let's go here and let's import our const crypto and let's write require crypto. Okay, now let's go back here. Let's write a random bytes. We need to generate a 20 bytes, so let's write a toString. Let's write a const reset token and let's write a new reset token dot new reset token and let's write a user and user dot underscore id. From here we get our user and from here we get our id, so use id and our token, which is a random text. Let's write await and reset token dot save. So now we need to send this reset token in user email address. Okay, so now let's copy this, let's paste it here and let's write a user dot email and our subject will be reset token. And in our HTML, what I'm going to do is let's write http and after that let's return res.status 200.session. So after that, what I'm going to do is we need to make another API point to compare our token, compare our this token and use ID, and if these two are same, then we need to set our new password. Okay, so now let's write a const and we need our token and our user ID. Let's write require dot query. If we don't have a token or user ID, then let's return res.status 400.json and let's say invalid req request. Okay, invalid request. So let's write a const user await user, sorry for that, user dot find one, and we need to find our user from our ID. But if we don't have a user, then we need to return res.status 400.json user not found. But if we have user, then what we need to do, let's write a const reset token let's write await, and let's write a reset token dot find one. So we need to find a user. So we need to find a reset token. But if we don't have a reset token, then let's return res.status 400.json reset token is not valid. Let's save this. So if we have reset token, not a reset token valid, but reset token is not found, let's save this. Let's write a const each match token, which is this token, and then we need to write a reset token dot token. Now is match. If this token is not match, then what we need to do, we need to return res.status 400.json. If this token and our reset token is valid, then what we need to do, we need to write a const, and let's write a const. Let's create our salt, and let's write await bcrypt dot get salt. So let's write yes ec pass. Let's write await, and we need to write a bcrypt dot has. Yes, it has, and we need to write this password. Oh, sorry, yeah, password, and we need to mix this salt here. And let's write a user dot password is equal to yes ec pass. Let's write a user dot save, but we need to also write await here. Okay, so after that, so we need to send a email for our user. Okay, so now let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so now let's user is correct, and your passport reset successfully. And now let's write a, now you can log in with new password. And let's write an email has been sent. Let's save this. And now everything is done for our forget password. Okay, so now let's test this forget password API. So let's go in our Authentication client, and let's test this, and let's write a forgot password, and I'm going to create another request, and reset password. Yeah, now let's write our email, and let's use our email. So let's go in our database first. Let's send this, and I got an error again. So let's go in our reset token. Here we need to write our default, which is our date dot now. Let's save this. Okay. Yeah, so let's go back, and we don't need to write this. Okay, so now let's reset this. Okay, so check your email to reset password. And now we got our reset token link. Let's copy this and I'm going to paste it here. And now let's write our password, and our password will be Simon. Let's send this. So invalid request. Okay, so now let's go in our user, and now let's refresh this. Okay, so now you can see here we just miss out this. So let's save this again, and let's try to reset this password again, and token is not a valid. Let's go here, token is not valid. So let's write console.log, and let's write reset token. Let's save this, and now let's go in our database. Let's refresh this. Let's go in our reset token. Okay, so we also have error in our created app, and we also need this token in a bcrypt format. Okay, so let's go in our reset token, and yeah, so instead of this yes in a capital letter, I'm going to make it a small letter, and instead of this string, I'm going to make it a date. Now let's go in our forget password, and let's send this. And now we got our reset token. Let's copy this. I'm going to delete this and paste it here, and let's write what. Now let's send this. Okay, so again I got problem in our password, so let's go back in our user.js. So let's save this, and now let's send this again, and again I have a problem. Okay, so we have a problem in our salt. Right now I'm going to dismiss this, and instead of salt I'm going to write 10, and now let's reset this. Let's reset this password, and email has been sent. So now let's go here, and your password reset successfully. Now you can log in with a new password. So let's try to log in with a new password. So let's go in our login. Where is our login? Yeah, so let's go in our Thunder client, and let's log in this. So let's copy email address, and let's try to log in with the old password. Okay, so password error. So let's try to log in with a new password, and now we can log in with a new password. So our password reset successfully, and we can also verify our token using OTP. Okay, so everything is done in our backend side. So let's go back in our front end side. Okay, so in our front end side we need to make a verified email URL. You need to make a verify slash email. You need to make this URL. So I already built this front end side for our email verification and our forgot slash password. So I already built this UI for our verify email and our forgot password, and we need a reset password. So I already built this UI. Okay, so now you can go in description below and download these code for our verify email and for our forget password and for reset password. Just go in a description and download these three files, then use this three file in your application. So now let's go in our verify email, and before that let's go in our sign up. Okay, yes I g and sign up, and let's delete this email slash. And here okay, so we already have these user ID, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to log out this, and let's go in our SIG and sign up. So now we need to use our API here. Okay, so let's go in our front end. So let's go in our sign up. So in our sign up, what I'm going to do is let's go here and let's write a const email, and let's write a set email. And after that, what we need to do is we need to write our phone numbers, password, and we need our username, and we need to write a phone number, then email, then password. So let's copy this 1 2 4, and instead of this email I'm going to add a phone number, and let's write a set phone number. And here instead of email, let's delete this, and now let's write a username, and let's delete this, and let's write our username. And here we need a password. Let's write a set password. Okay, now let's save this. And now what I'm going to do is, okay, so I got a problem which is use state don't exist here, so let's import this use state. What the hell? Okay, so again use state is not import. Let's import our use state. Yeah, so what the hell, we already import this use state, so why I got an error? Okay, so we need to make it a capital letter. We have this yes in a small letter. Because of this I got an error, so let's save this, and now our error was gone. Okay, so now let's go in our login. So where is our login? And let's copy this, and let's go now sign up. Oh, where is it? Yeah, so here I'm going to paste this, and let's write this, and instead of set password I'm going to write the set email. And here we need to write our phone number, so let's write our set phone number, and our username, and let's write a set username. Yeah, so let's write a set username. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, so set password is not matched because we have this p in a small letter. Now it just work. Now let's go in our login again. So in our login, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. Let's go back, let's paste it here, let's save this, and let's go in our login again, and let's copy this all. Okay, so I'm going to copy this all, and let's paste it here, and let's delete this. So now what I'm going to do is let's write this again, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's write our user. Now let's save this. Okay, so we have error in login, so in here. Okay, so now we need, instead of login, what I'm going to do is we need to write a sign up. So let's go in our Redux. Yeah, so here we have Redux file, and instead of this login, let's write our sign up. And instead of this, what I'm going to do is let's go in our backend. Let's go in our Thunder client, and let's copy this, and I'm going to replace this URL with our new URL. Let's save this. And what else we need to do? Okay, so we also need to import our, okay, sorry for that. Let's copy this again, and here we need to write a verify email. Okay, so let's delete this, and instead of this, what I'm going to do is let's go in our verify email API, and let's copy this API, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so now let's save this, and after that, what I'm going to do is let's go back in our sign up, and again let's try to import our sign up. Yeah, so let's go in our button. Where is our sign up? Yeah, so here let's write on click, and in our on click let's write a handle what. So let's go here. Okay, so we have this handle click name, so let's write a handle click. Let's save this. So email, password, and we need to give our username, and we need to give our phone number. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, instead of this handle click here, I'm going to save it and make it here. Let's save this. And also we need to set our image. Okay, so let's write a const, and let's write a file, and set file, and let's go and use state. Okay, so and our default will be null. Let's save this. Let's go in our content upload part. Okay, so let's go here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this too. I'm going to copy this too, and let's come back in our sign up, and let's paste it here. Now let's go back in our content upload part, and let's go in our, let's go in, let's copy this input file, and I'm going to do the same thing for our here, but instead of make it an array, let's delete this because I'm not going to preview this image right now. Okay, let's save this, and let's write a set file. Okay, so set file, and now let's go in our sign up, and let's refresh this. Okay, so what I did wrong here is I just write a style. Let's go in our top. Yeah, so from here we will choose our image. And let's go in our content upload part again, and what I'm going to do is let's copy this. Let's let's copy this, and let's go in our sign up again, and let's paste it here, and let's remove this. And our file is this file name. Yeah, so here I'm going to grab this sign up, and let's write our profile, and our profile will be download URL. Okay, let's save this, and I got an error because of this. So let's remove this, and let's see, did we have a mistake or not. So let's save this, and yeah, so let's see what the mistake we did here, or did we have a mistake or not. Okay, so before creating user, so let's go in our app.js, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to also delete this. Okay, let's save this, and here we need to create our user. So let's select this image, and let's select our username. So our username will be Simon, and our number will be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 maybe. So let's write an email address, which is this email address. So let's write our password. So our password will be password. So let's click this and try to sign up. Okay, and also what we need to do, let's go back in our sign up, and we need to write a console.log, and let's write a user. Let's go in our app.js again. Everything is good. Yeah, let's try to sign up. So it's just uploading, and we successfully send a OTP email to our user, and this is our user ID. So in our sign up, let's write email.statu status. Can we, yeah, so okay, so now you can see here, so I got this data from my older website. So this is not this is not a part of our application. So if you are using Redux, and if you don't have these kind of thing, you can just write in this way, or maybe you will get these status. But right now what we need to do is we need to write a user.user, then status, then we will get our status, which is pending. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's write a const, and I'm going to write a user details, and let's write a user.user. Let's save this, and what I'm going to do is if we have a status which is pending, then we need to send our user in verify email UI page. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do is let's go here, and let's write if user details dot status is called to pending, pending. Then we need to send these users into our verify. We need to send our user into verify email page. So now in order to use this navigator, what I'm going to do is let's import use navigate and here we need to write const navigator, and we need to write a use navigate functions. Then let's save this and let's see. Okay, so let's go back. Yes, so let's write a console.log, and let's use a user details dot status, and can we get this pending or not? So let's check it out. Yeah, so we successfully redirected our user into our verify email page. Okay, so I have a little problem here, so I will solve this problem later. So let's go back in our application. So now what I'm going to do is let's go in our verify. Where is our verify email? Yeah, so here I already use a use state. Now what we need to do is we need to use this use navigate. Paste it here. Let's go back, and we need to use our use selector and dispatch, but we don't need a use selector. We only need a dispatch. Okay, so now let's remove this, and instead of using React DOM 2 times, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste this here, and let's remove this. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back in our sign up, and let's use this. And again, I'm going to copy this, and let's go back in our verify email, and uh, let's write a handle OTP, and inside this, what I'm going to do is let's paste this here. So here, what I'm going to do is let's write on click, and let's write a handle OTP. Now let's and we also need to use this user. So let's go and let's import our use selector. Yeah, we actually need a use selector. But now what I'm going to do is let's write const user details, and let's use a user. And now what we need to do, let's write a const id, and let's write a user use detail dot user. Let's write a console dot log. We need to write id, and now here let's write a OTP. Here we need to write our OTP, we need to write a user, which is ID, and let's remove this. Let's save this. Okay, so I have problem in sign up, so instead of this, what I'm going to do is, so here we need to import our verify email, this email. Let's save this, and we also write a console.log. Let's write our user details, not dispatch, but user details. Let's save this. So let's go in our mail trap, and here I got a OTP. Let's copy this OTP, and I'm going to paste this OTP here. Now let's send this OTP, and let's write E, and I'm going to write E dot prevent default. So let's go in our backend. So we need to improve some of the thing in our backend. So after verify, so let's go in our login first. Here we have we send our user detail. After verify this, we just send others, so we don't need this yes. Okay, so we need to remove this yes, because in our login we send our user details as other and access token. So now let's write a user and user, then let's refresh this, and now you can see here we got our user ID. Now I'm going to verify my OTP, and I successfully verify my OTP, and this is my user details. Okay, yeah, so these are my user details. So now what I'm going to do is, let's go now app.js. So let's write user dot other dot verified, it's called to true. Then we need to send this user into home page, else login. Let's save this. Let's go here and write other dot verify. Let's write a user dot status, it's called to pending. Then we need to send our user into verify, else we need to send our user into a home page. Let's save this, and now we are in a home page, and this is our user ID. So these are the users, and we can follow these users, and if I follow this user, and this user, and if I refresh this, I just get a post from these users. So let's see, we can like or not. Yeah, so we can like. Let's refresh this again. Okay, so our like is registered in our database. Let's try to post. This is first post from Simon, or rather than this is the first post, I'm going to add a post from Simon. Let's select my image. I will select this image, and we'll get this image here, and let's post this. Okay, yeah, post was upload successfully, and if I click this, our website is automatically refreshed. Okay, so I got an error here, so let's go back, and instead of this, what I'm going to do is let's write a navigate to, or here what we need to do is let's write user dot other dot verified is equal to true. Then what we need to do, we need to send them into our home page, else we need to send them in a login page. Let's save this, and now let's refresh this. Yeah, so now let's log out this, and let's go in our home page, our app.js, and in our app.js, what I'm going to do is, and let's try to replace will be true. Let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, and let's write a login. Let's save this. Okay, so we still have this problem, so let's read this problem. So yeah, so we have some error in 21 here. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this, and let's write what then we need to do this. Yeah, so we successfully retarget it into a login page, and if I log in this, okay, so I just log in, but we are still in login page. So now what I'm going to do is, so here let's write this code. I'm going to copy this code and paste it here. We didn't navigate this into our home page, else we need a login page. So let's save this. Yeah, so I successfully logged in our account. Okay, so now let's log out this, and if I log out this, we are just retargeted in our login page. So now let's create again, let's again create a one user. So for that, what I'm going to do is let's write let's go in our login. So let's go in our login page. So where is our login page? So here, instead of this, let's write a sign up. Let's save this, and if I click this, we are in a sign up page. Okay, so I got some error. Maybe I got some error in our sign up page again. Can read property of status. So what I'm going to do is let's go in our sign up, and maybe yeah, so here we need a what. Yeah, so the problem was gone. Okay, so now let's create a new user. I'm going to grab this user, and let's try Lisa, and let's write one. This is our phone number, and we need to create a lisa@gmail.com. Let's write a password. So let's try to sign up this. Yeah, so we successfully sign up and we retargeted into our verify email page, and here I got my verification token. Let's send this and let's verify this, and now we are in our home page, and this is our user. And right now this user don't follow any user. Because of this, she don't get any user post. She can post emails. So let's write a social app done. Let's post this, and it takes some time to post. Okay, so our post was successful. Now it just refresh, and it just show us this post. Yeah, now what we need to do, we need to build a forget password functionality. Okay, so now let's go back in our sign up, but let's go in our login. And here what I'm going to do is let's write a forgot/password. Let's save this, and if I click this, we are in a forget password page, so we don't have any error here. So now what I'm going to do is let's go in our forget password. So where's our forget password? So let's go in our forget password here, and here what I'm going to do is let's write use state. Let's write a const email, and let's write a set email, and let's use our use state. Let's save this. Now what we need to do, let's go back, and here let's write on change. Let's write a set email and e.target.values. Let's write a value. Let's save this. Okay, so I got a error. So in a button, let's save this. Yeah, so now let's write a console.log and email. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write on click. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's go in our front end, and let's first let's go back, and after this what I'm going to do is let's write a then, and let's write a console.log email send to your email address address. Let's save this. Now what I'm going to do is let's copy this email, and I'm going to paste it here. Now let's send this, and I got an error which is 404. So now let's try to send this again, and again I got an error. Okay, so I just write a method which is wrong. I just write a put method. We need to write a post method. And now Let's try to send this reset token again and check your email address. Now let's go in our console. So now let's go in our email, and now you can see here this is our token. Let's copy this, and I need to paste it here. Yeah, so we need to set our password here. Okay, so let's go in our front end. Let's go in our reset password. Let's write const location, and let's use location, and let's write const and code. Let's write location dot search dot split. Okay, sorry for that. Just split. We need to split from what? Okay, so now let's write a console.log, and let's write a code. Let's write a const, and we need to use a password, and let's write a set password. Let's write a use state. Now let's go in our input, and here let's write on change. Sorry for that. Let's write a set password, and let's write e.target.value. Let's save this. Okay, so I got an error here. Okay, so let's go in our button. Let's save this. Yeah, so let's open our console, and this is our token, and here we can write our password. Yeah, so let's go back. Let's go in our button, and here we need to write on click. Let's write a handle click. Let's copy this. Let's write a const. So now let's write a e, and first we need to write e dot prevent default. So now let's write await, and let's write async here, await, and here I'm going to use our fetch and paste it here. After that, let's write our code. Let's write what and code. Everything's good? Yeah, maybe. So now let's set a password, and our password name is dan@123. Now let's set this password. Okay, so the website is refresh. I just write a prevent default, but it just didn't work out. Oh yeah, so I just try to send in this way. So let's write a method, which is right now put method, and after that we need to write a headers. Let's write a content type, and our content type will be application/JSON. And after that, what I'm going to do is let's write our body, and let's write a JSON.stringify. And here what we need to do, we need to send our password. Let's save this, and now let's try to set a password, which is dan@123. Let's set this, and maybe our password is reset successfully. Yeah, so email has been sent. Okay, so your password reset successfully, which means you can now log in with a new password. So now I just forget email address. Yeah, so let's set this email address, and our password will be dan@123. Let's log in this, and now we can log in successfully with our password. Now we can successfully reset our user password. We can send our verification token to verify the user email address, and we can follow these users. We can visit this user profile. We can like this post. We can upload our videos. So everything is done for our social applications. Here we have our notifications container. So we have a little bit work left, which is the notifications and chat feature. So in the future I will add a chat feature and notification feature in these applications. Right now that's it for this video. If you like this video, you can subscribe this channel.